Good morning and welcome to a very sunny day here at the Lexus British Open in Roehampton. We've got 3 matches on court 1 here with British players in every match. Starting here this morning is Alfie Hewitt versus Gordon Reid. And to perform the coin toss, we have Salim. Salim is 15 years old and loves to play tennis. He is from Paddock School, who have been receiving regular sessions from the Tennis Foundation's partner, the Tim Henman Foundation.
Their announcements, a reminder for those players who require rackets restringing, please see the stringers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Silver Jordan? Yeah. Sorry, you will announce all introduction?
Yeah, like the...
Okay, so I will only the toss results. I will announce only the toss results. The result of coin toss I will announce if that's it.
Yeah. To the left of the umpire's chair is 33-year-old Gordon Reid from Scotland. Reid is the number 4th seed at this tournament and has a world ranking of 5 and reached a career high of world number 1. He has a total of 43 ITF singles titles, which include 2 Grand Slam titles too. Reid was also Paralympic champion in Rio 2016. Let's hear it for Gordon Reid. To the right of the umpire is Alfie Hewitt. Hewitt is from Norwich in Norfolk and is 27 years old. He is ranked 2nd in the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour rankings and is the number 1 seed here today. Hewitt has won a total of 10 Grand Slams across his career and a total of 60 ITF singles titles. Both him and Reid have been supported by the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway Elite Programme and both train here at the National Tennis Centre. Please put your hands together for Alfie Hewitt.
Minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes, gentlemen. 2 minutes.
Sorry, umpire. Did you want us to bring up our scoreboard because that one's off? Yeah, I'll do that at the break. And the names are under there. Did you want one on specific side or? No, doesn't matter. Okay.
1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be a best of 3 tiebreak sets. Gordon, Raid to the left of the chair, won the toss and elected to serve. Thirty seconds. End of warm-up.
Well, good morning. Welcome to day 5 of the Lexus British Open Roehampton. We've had an unbelievable week so far, and things are only going to get better from here as the British number 2 faces off against the British number 1 to kick things off here on centre court today. We're going to be seeing a lot of these two today. They'll be back for doubles for the final match on this court. But there's a lot more things to be worried about than watching these two play tennis. They're incredible what they've done for wheelchair tennis so far in their careers, and still plenty more to come. The British number 2, Gordon Reid, to start us off.
Gordon Reid to serve. Ready? Play. Out.
Anna, what are you most looking forward to today and watching these two face off against each other?
I mean, it's just another battle up against the top 2 players of the wheelchair game in British tennis. And as you said, they've really been kind of the stalwarts over a long period of time now.
Out.
And they've been the role models and the inspirations and the ones we've seen time and time again. So it's great to watch them face off again.
Out. 30-15.
Good start so far for the British number 2. Has had struggle of late against Hewitt. In the last 15 meetings, hasn't recorded a win.
Game.
But with serving like that, he could very
Break.
well
First game.
give himself an opportunity to break the streak. And it's interesting because when you look at these two going head to head, you don't realise that Reed has lost the last 15 matches. It is quite remarkable that Hewitt has been able to get that much of a winning streak going against someone of Reed's calibre. What do you think it is that Hewitt has clearly got on the British number 2?
I think Alfie's just a little bit more aggressive just in terms of his game style. Likes to dictate the points a little bit more. I think Gordon's happier to sit back, use his slice, use his drop shots.
Fault. Love 15.
And I think when you're playing against Alfie, you've got to try and take time away from him. If you just give him too much time, he's able to set up with both the forehand and the backhand and just dictate the points, get you moving from side to side.
Out. 15 all.
And in terms of sort of putting into play that aggressive style that Reed will probably need to do today, I imagine the serve is going to be pretty important, as it has been all week for these players.
Thirty 15.
Serve's always important on a slightly faster service. You want to make a lot of first serves because it sets up that next ball, allows you to be more aggressive on it. And we saw in that opening game how much better it was for Gordon Reed when he made those first serves. Very comfortable opening hold.
Hold. Thirty all. Fault. Forty 30.
Oof, second serve ace. Finding the line. Not even 2 games in, and we've seen a number of aces from both players.
Fault. Out. Game Hewitt.
Yeah, as Reed just goes long on the return.
1 game all. First set.
It's a nice hold for the British number 1. Just to assert himself early on in this match.
Much hotter conditions as well today, isn't it, compared to yesterday?
Yeah, it's not just the opponent they're playing. It's back dealing with the sun like we were in the first day. Oh, such a nice pattern of play from Hewitt.
15.
Love that return. Really tricky for Reed to deal with.
And you can see the way he sets for the court position as well. He's always looking for that forehand. He's just shifting the chair over a little bit more into the backhand corner.
Love 30.
And he's always so aware when he's hit a good shot as well. You could just see his eyes were lighting up. Saw Reed was on the move, was on the stretch. He was shifting forward inside that baseline, looking to finish the point early.
Out.
Yeah, as much as the
15,
previous
30.
point was lost by Reed, that's sort of the play he's going to have to do today, isn't it? And be the one that tries to dictate, even if it does mean that it comes with a few more misses or unforced errors.
Fault.
We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, didn't we? When you have a matchup where you don't necessarily have a great record, that's kind of, do you keep with the same tactics, or do you try and take a risk and try and make things up a little bit? And I think maybe for Reed out here, he is going to, like you say, have to try and take a few more risks.
Forty, 30. Fault.
Yeah, lovely risk taking there. It's not an easy shot,
Reed.
that drop shot to pull off, but
Reed leads by 2 games to 1.
Reed starts well in this semi-final. 2-1, he leads. It's interesting just doing a bit of background research on the last time these guys have played, especially on grass, that I would have thought that Reed actually was more successful on this surface against Hewitt, but actually it's probably his least successful surface against Alfie. Hasn't won a single time out of the 4 times they've played, so haven't played a whole amount on this surface. But yeah, it's interesting given the slice and the variety that Gordon uses. I would have thought that could have caused some difficulty for Hewitt, but clearly not.
$15 love.
And he's only won a set as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's back in 2022 at Wimbledon in their quarter-final matchup. Last couple of times, very comfortable in 2023 at Queen's Club, 6-1, 6-3. And then last year at Eastbourne, 6-2, 6-1.
$15 all.
just dictating play in that point.
30,
Alfie
15.
Hewitt. Such good shape on that final forehand. Didn't really need to take any risk with it. Played with a lot of margin.
Fault.
You can really sense that
40,
he's
15.
going for his shots out here. He's really striking the ball hard, Gordon Reid.
And I don't think that's a bad play either. I think I've watched Gordon quite a lot, and sometimes you feel like he can just get caught up with being a little bit too far behind the baseline, just willing to wait for the opponent's errors. I feel like when he plays his best tennis, he's a little bit more proactive on the front foot.
Out. Game Hewitt. 2 games all for sets.
Yeah, I wonder how many times he's had to really rethink his tactics going into matches against Alfie, because after 15 times you must start to think, God, I'm going to have to continue to try and shift things around, because I imagine he's tried different things along the way.
Out.
Yeah, I completely
15 love.
agree. I'm sure he's not gone out there those 15 times and played exactly the same way and just hoped for a different outcome. But I think sometimes it can get quite tricky. You know, people just say, oh, change up your game style, try this and try that. But when you're so set in what you're trying to do, it can be very hard because it doesn't come naturally.
Out. 30 love. Thirty, 15.
Oh,
30 all.
took that so early. What a strike.
Out.
Good serve
40,
again.
30.
He's found a lot of first serves today so far.
Fault. Fault. Deuce.
So this is the first real test, I think, in this match on serve for Reid. I feel like just for his confidence moving forward through the rest of this match, this first set is really important.
Yeah, I agree. I think you look at the way that the previous matches have gone as well. It's been tough for him getting sets on the board against Hewitt.
Out.
Yeah, and as well, the last couple of meetings on
Advantage.
grass, especially
Hewitt.
second sets after Hewitt's won the first, have been fairly straightforward, 6-3 and 6-1. So he won't want it to get away from him too quickly. That's why these first few games are important. But it is Hewitt with the first break point of the match. Oh, that's a huge forehand. What a strike.
Deuce.
Absolutely ripped down the sideline.
And it's just incredible watching the amount of racket head speed that these guys are able to generate. Just flies through the air. So much spin on the ball.
Advantage.
Hewitt not happy with
Great.
that call. Was convinced it was wide.
That's the tough part, isn't it? When you've got one chair umpire calling all the lines. It's not easy.
Hold. Deuce.
It's also just, it's such a flick of the wrist and whippy forehand, especially Reed's. It's, yeah, it's a sight to see. Yeah, all over the forehand, Alfie Hewitt.
Advantage. Hewitt.
Absolutely right. He's searching for that forehand all the time.
And it feels as well that he's come out with another extra gear of intensity today. He's sort of gone through them, hasn't he, as the rounds have gone on.
Out. Game. Hewitt.
So Hewitt
Hewitt leads
dug in that
by
game,
3-2.
remained patient, waited for the opportunity, and the chance did eventually come. First break of this semi-final, the British number one out in front, 3-2.
Time. Love.
Hewitt overcame Tom Egbrink in the opening round a couple of days ago. wasn't as straightforward as you would have thought, though. 3 sets to get through the Dutchman.
Out.
And then yesterday,
30 love.
facing another lefty and Daniel Kawasaki, 6-3, 6-4 coming through that one. But yeah, it's interesting to compare those two matchups because obviously the first day had that real test where he was looking flat in the opening few games, but since that opening set of this tournament, he has really been looking good, Hewitt.
Fold. Out.
Do you think that early test has
40
you know,
love.
actually helped?
I think it's a good thing sometimes. You know, you sometimes say, oh, you want some easy matches to conserve energy, but sometimes you've got to kind of get your foot in the tournament a little bit. And that first set that we saw against Tom Egbrink, he just wasn't at the races, really. As you said, he was very flat.
Clever. Very
Game
clever shot.
Hewitt. Hewitt leads
But as we've
by
seen
4 games to
yesterday, and obviously at the
First set.
start of this opening set here, he's just got better and better. He's going up through the gears, getting more comfortable on the surface, and the more time that you spend on grass, obviously talk about how much of a quick turnaround it is. It does take a little while to get used to the surface, to adapt your game slightly, just a tiny bit more variety, things like that. But he's looking really comfortable out here.
$15 love.
And then playing a lefty yesterday in Kawasaki, Hewitt, that probably has given him some good preparation coming into this one. Always nice to have a little bit of a feeling of that different ball when you do play a left-handed player.
I mean, you'd have to think that these two practice together on a very regular basis, so he's pretty used to it.
True.
$15 all.
Oh, incredible. From that area of the
15,
court,
13.
finding the pass. Alfie Hewitt saw the gap.
Net. Second service. Out. 30 all.
Important here for Gordon Reid just to try and stick with Hewitt. And just try and keep it down to just that one break, and he still has a chance in this opening set.
Fold. 30-40.
And having served so well in the opening couple of games, just throwing in a couple of doubles now. And Hewitt has an opportunity once again.
Game.
Yeah, the British number one has the British number two exactly
change
where
with
he
new
wants
balls.
him right now. Dictating
leads
play,
by 5
especially
games
with the
to 2.
forehand. It's doing a lot of damage. 5-2 Hewitt.
Time.
Hewitt serving for the first set. That's just world
15
class from Hewitt. Absolutely huge return off the serve from Reed. Hewitt just angled the racket, didn't need any take back. Used all the pace from the return.
Please. Fault. Fifteen all.
That's an outrageous shot. Just this little flick of the wrist. Incredible.
I mean, it's a great return, and then it was the incredible shot back onto the baseline from Alfie Hewitt, and then, like you said, unreal pickup, just flick of the wrist. The amount of power that these guys are able to generate is actually a joke.
Yeah, picked up off the baseline.
Looked
like a slower delivery that time from Hewitt.
Looked like quite a smart play as well, wasn't it? Reed having to then generate all the pace on his own.
Yeah, it's world class once again.
30.
The wide serve followed up by the forehand back behind Reed. No answers right now. It's Hewitt with his first set point.
Pretty good way to save it.
Deuce.
is moving away to be able to control the racket face, guides it down the line.
Advantage Hewitt. Out.
Yeah,
First
very
set,
good
Hewitt,
opening
6-2.
set for Alfie Hewitt, the champion here at the British Open in 2021 and 2023. Just one set away now from another final. And a set that really was tight for the opening 10-15 minutes. It quickly ran away from Reed, didn't it?
Yeah, those opening sort of 4 games, Reed was really going toe-to-toe with Hewitt, but then the British number one just showed his quality a little bit more and just stepped on the aggression, and I feel like just Reed wasn't able to quite stick with him.
Yeah, you can see that when Alfie Hewitt is making the first serve, Gordon Reed really is struggling to win any points off the return. Very heavy stats in favour of Alfie.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the stats for the opening 4 games when Gordon, you really felt, was in it, and then sort of the last 4 games when Alfie was running away with it. We spoke about the serve. Well, in the opening couple of games for Gordon Reed was really good. Was making a lot of first serves, getting a lot of success with that. But then Alfie Hewitt got a read on it. Was able to dominate a lot more of the Gordon Reed service games.
Time.
Needs a confident opening one to start this second set.
Second set. Reed to serve. Fold. Law 15. Out. 15 all. Fold. 15-30.
Doesn't want to go down an early break here, does Reed. That is the last thing he needs. Good time to find a solid first serve.
Just that ball toss getting away from
30-40.
him a little bit. It's just a little bit too far in front. Not able to hit up the back of the ball.
Yeah, and how key is that? Because these guys, they need to hit up first. They can't just go straight down. They need that pronation to get the ball up and over the net. So to allow them to do that, the ball toss needs to be a little bit behind them, right?
Yeah, it does. And as you said, because they're sitting a little bit lower in the chairs, they've got to work even harder with the wrist to get that ball up and down quicker.
It was a good correction on the serve. Just let the first ball toss bounce and
second set.
tried it for a second time. It was a better serve, but Hewitt was all over the return. An early break for the British number one and the two-time champion here.
And you can see the body language as well, can't you? Gordon Reid was just in front of our box here by the side of the court. There's a little slump of the shoulders, a puff of the cheek. Almost feels like there's a little bit of resignation already. Important, he just tries to keep the body language positive, stick in.
Yeah, and in these situations, you really do need the memory of a goldfish, don't you? 15 losses in the last 15 meetings. Just somehow, if there is a way you can forget about those times, do all you can to do that.
Net for service.
That's potentially one of the greatest strengths you can have as a tennis player, to just have a short-term memory. It's a lot easier said than done, though.
Fault. Love 15.
And there always tends to be that one player that you play against that you just can never quite get over the line. You always have a terrible record against them, and no matter what you do, just can't find a way. And unfortunately for Gordon Reid, that seems to be Alfie Hewitt at the moment. For now, anyway.
Oh, excellent. Up at the net from Hewitt.
15 all.
Did you ever have someone that you just were like struggled against, and every time you saw your name next to them, you're like, oh no.
Too many people. Found it.
30. Out.
Obviously very good
30
friends, these
all.
guys, but fierce competitors too. So as they are mates, Reid is Hewitt is probably the last person that Reid wants to have that losing streak against. The fact that they see each other so often. Hopefully Hewitt doesn't give him too much stick about it.
40-30.
I think maybe the fact that they win so many doubles titles together on the court, and having Alfie by his side does maybe take the pain away just a little bit.
Yeah.
Game Hewitt.
Yeah, a couple of
Two
calls
games
that
to love.
side, which
So
both
second
Hewitt
set.
and Reid haven't been convinced by. But to be fair, evened themselves out. Yeah, incredible what these guys have done on the doubles court. Only people to have to have completed the career doubles golden slam.
Fault. Out.
That is
15 love.
to win all 4 Grand Slams and the Paralympic gold.
It's incredible stuff, isn't it? And you just look at everything that they've already won so far, and bear in mind that Alfie's only 27, Gordon's only 33. What numbers are they going to have put up by the ends of their careers, or end of the partnership at least?
Yeah.
Faults.
Oh, what a rally from these two.
30 love.
Reed, just having a word with the umpire, thinks that Hewitt might not have got there in time. Either way, it was serious speed from Hewitt to make Reed have to hit another one.
Fault. Thirty 15. Fault. Out 40 15. Net first service. Out 40 30.
And yeah, you mentioned how there is still plenty of years left in the tank for both these two. Obviously, Reed at 33. Alfie at 27. But it's not only these two. There are so many players coming up. I mean, just yesterday evening we were watching Ben Bartram and Dannon Ward compete, and they were incredible, and they've got a bright future ahead of them.
They really do, and with these two as role models and to learn from and to take inspiration from. They showed so much potential yesterday, flashes of brilliance.
Advantage, Hewitt.
And whilst we're on the subject of British success and British hopes, current British number 4, Abby Breakwell, deserves a shout out. Won over across the other side of the world at the Brisbane Classic just this morning. So big congratulations to her, winning both the singles and doubles titles at that event. Oh, corker. What a shot from Gordon Reid. The backhand. Delightful.
And what a way to save break point as well. You almost felt like that was maybe the match on the racket of Gordon Reid if he'd missed that.
Yeah.
Fault. Advantage, Hewitt. Game, Hewitt.
Yeah, just not quite going his way at the moment for Gordon Reid. Difficult for him to get any points strung together right now. And Alfie Hewitt well on his way to another final here at the British Open. Can just see Ben Bartram in the corner there watching his idols player who he's now really competing alongside. No sign of his doubles partner Dannon Ward, but yeah, good to see him watching the best do what they do, and I'm sure soaking up a lot of what they do out on court as well.
Yeah, there's so much to learn from these two behind the scenes as well, just in terms of how they prepare for matches, you know, what they do for their warm-ups, what they do for food, what they do for drink. And you know, you can see both of them, they've been wearing heart rate monitors as well. We saw that yesterday, just trying to get as much data as they can to know what kind of shape they're in going into next week. But like you said, this is invaluable experience for Ben Bartram and Dannon Ward as well, and to be able to be around these two and see them day in, day out in terms of training and be in team competitions with them as well, be teammates. That's just going to build their confidence even more.
Out. 15 love.
Has he managed to dance out the way of that one? I think just about.
There's definitely an element of frustration to that return, wasn't there?
Sure was. Huge serve out wide. So flat, that one. Unlike a lot of the serves we're seeing hit today with a lot of shape on them, that one was, yeah, flat as a pancake.
Fault. Out. 40 love.
And you could just see there as well on that return that he knew that he had to take it on, but he just never looked comfortable going up and setting up for it.
Out.
Great effort, great hustle from Reed.
Who it leads
Credit
by
to
4
him
games to
for
1 second.
continuing to fight despite a scoreline that is really difficult for him to look at right now. But on the other side of the net, Hewitt looking very, very happy with how things have been going today.
He looks very confident from the outset, hasn't he? And apart from those opening couple of games where Reed was being aggressive, Hewitt has just been the one to completely dominate this match. 8 games in a row now for the British number 1.
Fault. Out.
Play announcement, Gabriel Rivaledo,
Love 15.
Sergio Planella Hernandez, court 10, please.
Fault. Fault. Love 30.
All over the return, in it, on it in a flash. It's that central return too that Reed just couldn't move out the way to create space for himself with.
Love 40.
And it slipped away pretty quickly now for Gordon Reed.
Fifteen 40. Out. Game Hewitt.
And it's a mistimed
Leads
forehand
by 5 games to love.
from Reed.
Second set on by 1 set to love.
And Alfie Hewitt now just 1 game away from booking his place in the final.
Time. Fault. Out. Lot 15.
Well, at this point, you feel that Reed can just have a bit of a swing and see if he can maybe capture a few games.
It's a long way back, isn't it? It has been done before. But it's a mountain to climb.
Out. 15 all. $15, 30.
Oh, wow.
30 all.
That's a volley.
Yeah, I think he was borderline whether he should leave it. And he thought, no, feeling good. I'm going to volley it down the line.
Yeah, that is an indicator of how good Hewitt is feeling today.
$40, 30.
And he's just got better and better as the match has gone on.
Match points for Alfie Hewitt.
Game.
Finishes it in
Zero match
style.
Hewitt, 2 sets to love, 6
The
to 8.
two-time former champion here at the British Open. The British number one, Alfie Hewitt, takes out his good mate and doubles partner, Gordon Reid, to book his place in tomorrow's final. These two will come back out later, remember, as friends, not foes, in the final match of the day here on centre court as they take on Daniel Kawasaki and Zhen Zhuji. But for now, it's the singles that matters most. Alfie Hewitt books his place in another final. But yeah, a pretty sublime performance from him.
It was impressive from start to finish, wasn't it? And as the week's gone on, he's gone through the gears, he's got better and better. And if he's going to keep going like that ahead tomorrow, I think he's going to be very, very hard to stop. But he's got to be extremely pleased with the way that his game was working, every aspect. And it's going to be interesting to hear what he's got to say.
Let's hear it again for both of the players of this match this morning. First of all, well played. You've obviously played Gordon many times before. Does it ever get any easier?
No, definitely not. You know, we obviously train a lot together, and you know, we've had an incredible partnership. So it's definitely never easy playing, you know, someone you know so well. You know, we've got to team up later on as well. So hopefully, I can serve a little bit more like that, because that was a really good serving performance from myself today. So really pleased with what I've done there.
And as you mentioned, you are playing doubles later on today. How much does it help when you draw each other in the singles? Obviously, you must know each other's game styles quite well. How much does that then help?
Yeah, we've done a lot, obviously, on the practice court. So, looking forward to this afternoon's match. It's obviously our first doubles match here at the British Open, and we've only played one match on the grass so far this season. So, it'll be a good test this afternoon to try out some of the things that we've been doing behind the scenes, and really looking forward to it. So hopefully more people can stay and watch.
And just lastly, so you're a finalist here last year. You're heading into the final again tomorrow. Do you reckon you'll be able to make it one step further and take the title for a third time?
Yeah, that'd be nice. Obviously, like I said, I've got doubles this afternoon, so primary focus will be on that. But once that match is over, of course, I'll want to try and give it my all tomorrow against whoever it is still playing. I think I'm not sure who's won, but it's always a privilege and an honour to be in a final at the British Open. Your own tournament, your own home event. So really looking forward to the challenge.
Well played again. Let's hear it one last time for Alfie Hewitt.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he is delighted with especially the serving performance today. Alfie Hewitt through to the final. And can he go one step further? But as he said, priority for him is the doubles match later on. That will be a great match, won't it? An opening match for them, despite it being a semi-final already.
Yeah, well, they said that they've got some stuff that they've been working on behind the scenes that they're hopefully going to be able to put into practice today. But obviously, again, their main focus is getting their hands on the title here and then looking to prepare as well as they possibly can for next week. But if Alfie keeps that form, Gordon's going to be loving life later, isn't he? Just let Alfie take the court. He was so impressive today.
Well, next up on centre court here at the Lexus British Open in Roehampton, it's another Brit, Gregory Slade, taking on the number 2 seed Sam Schroeder in the quad singles semi-final match. So stay with us here on the LTA YouTube channel for more live coverage coming very soon.
If you need to move that, just unlock this, and that becomes loose. And there's a switch. Yeah, and then there's a switch under there. Where's the switch? Switch under here.
Yeah, just to push it up.
Turn it over this way. That's it.
Okay. So this is open. This is closed. Right?
Yeah,
open,
on,
closed.
off. Yeah.
Okay.
next match here on Court 1 is a quad singles semi-final with Gregory Slade versus Sam Schroeder. For the coin toss, please welcome Adam from Cricket Green School and followed by a tennis ball. Adam has loved watching Wimbledon Championships at the moment, and his favourite player is Carlos Alcaraz. All of the students at Cricket Green School All of the students at Cricket Green School have been recently inspired by a talk that Louise Hunt Skelly did at their school. To the right of the umpire is Greg Slade from Surrey in England. Slade is 23 years old and is currently ranked 11 in the quad singles world ranking, which is a career high. He has won 8 ITF quad singles titles, including 2 from this year at the Bolton Indoor ITF 3 and ITF 2 events. Slade has been supported by the Wheelchair Performance Pathway Pro Scholarship Programme, which is presented by Lexus. Let's hear it for Greg Slade. On the left-hand side of the umpire's chair is Sam Schroeder. Schroeder is the second seed here at Roehampton and ranked 2 in the quad singles world rankings. He's 25 years old and from the Netherlands. This year, Schroeder won the Australian Open quad singles title and was a finalist here at Roehampton last year. Let's hear it for Sam Schroeder.
Player announcement is Hepzibah Wadari, Amir Justine Heitmanek. Court 9, please.
Three minutes. 2 minutes. One minute. Seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be at the best of 3 topic sets. Sam Schroeder to the left of the chair won the toss and elected to serve. And the form up.
Sorry, do you have any bananas?
What do you need?
Banana.
Banana, I cannot. You have bananas here or not?
If you don't have them, then
Do you need as well something? Banana?
I'll have one if you're getting one. Yeah, sure.
41. Does it want to provide bananas for the players?
Them at the
You
restaurant.
have to send someone for the restaurant.
That's crazy.
They will do that?
They said that
No, that we have to.
That's,
I've never seen that before ever.
well, I need one, so
yeah, we
someone
have
has
someone to.
Is there like a spare bulk kit? I can go get?
I will ask.
Yeah, I can go and get. I can go and ask.
That's
But there is
mental.
someone to replace you or?
Well, they can do it with two for a
Huh?
bit.
Okay.
Is there any option?
Crazy.
Just if you can go to the restaurant.
Yeah, I'll go to the restaurant.
Thank you.
I've never seen that before.
I forgot
ever.
which color am I again?
Green.
Green, okay, thank you.
Good to go, or you want to wait for your banana?
We can start.
I'm happy to start if you're. Yeah, yeah.
Time today, we're about to get underway on centre court. Both players just
First
waiting
sets.
for the
Central
supplies to
left
come in, but we're happy
Ready.
to get going.
Play.
So Sam Schroeder to kick us off against Greg Slade.
15 love. Ball, please. Love.
Anna, I mean, Sam is really a force to be reckoned with at the moment in the quad. event. I mean, he is the Australian Open champion of earlier this year. He is the man to beat.
Yeah, he's a pretty formidable opponent. They haven't actually played each other on tour, so it's going to be his first taste of playing him in the singles for Slade.
At 40 love.
Yes, great opportunity for Slade, as you say, first time they've met in their careers. And he's got the home crowd to help him along the way, does Slade. But a good opening start for Schroeder.
Game.
Now, an ace to seal the first game.
First game.
Player announcements, Maya.
Slade just sitting outside the world's top 10 at the moment. Ranking of 11. But is starting to really compete with the very, very best in the world. And the more opportunities he does have to play the top 3, top 2 and best player in the quad singles rankings, then the more you feel that he's going to really fare well in the coming years and start challenging the very top like Schroeder. So it'll be fascinating to see how he does today, this young Brit.
Here go is Slade to serve. At 15 love.
This is such a good chance for him as well to test his game against the very best. Like you say, just lying outside the top 10, seeing what it is, those tiny differences at this level of the game.
Yeah, and he's already the British number 2. I mean, only 23 years of age. And it's just Andy Lapthorne ahead of him in the singles rankings.
At 30-15.
Just skims the top of the net, but lands wide.
And that's what Slade's going to be up against today. Schroeder loves using that slice, loves using the drop shot.
And in terms of grass court tennis so far this year for Slade, retained his Eastbourne title with Lapthorne just at the weekend, so that was a nice way to kick things off ahead of the British Open, and then of course Wimbledon next week where they'll be heading.
Out. Game Slade. 1 game up.
Player announcements, Jake Denro, Gavin Good, court 15, please.
Love.
Slade actually took up the sport at Sutton Tennis Academy, where he was introduced to wheelchair tennis. It's I feel like it's a bit of a breeding ground, or has been maybe in the past former years, maybe not so much now. I'm not sure. I haven't had too much to do with it.
That's where I used to train.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
So you know all about it.
I do. It's my old stomping ground for many, many years. Probably from the age of maybe about 12 till 20. I spent my time there training. So, yeah, it used to be a fantastic facility.
Game shooter.
Yeah, seemingly a good place to be introduced to the sport, because they have such a professional setup. So nice for him to be able to go into that sort of place so early on, and perhaps why he's just taken the sport by storm and got to where he is so quickly. Got a good mixture of clay, hard, indoor, outdoor. No grass though.
No, they don't. They just have I think an Astro football pitch, but it doesn't really count. But yeah, the way that it's developed over the years, I remember going there and they only had the indoor courts and a few outdoor hard courts. And then they developed the clay courts, and now they've got the indoor clay courts as well. So as you said, there's a lot of facilities there.
Am I right in saying one of the few British clubs, academies, to have real clay as opposed to artificial? Is that right, or is it artificial?
The outdoor ones are artificial, and then the indoor ones are more real clay. Yeah.
At 15 love. Fertila. At 40.
Quite finding the return yet, Schroeder. He'll know he can return a lot better than this, but it means that Slade can just ease himself into this match, which he'll be quite happy with doing.
There's that return down the middle as well. We've said it time and time again this week. It's such a clever play. Just have no time to get the chair out of the way. Really nice move there from Slade. And down the middle, and then found the angle with the forehand.
Yeah, I'll be delighted with this start against the world number 2.
second serve. Odds. 15 love.
2 titles already for Sam Schroeder this year, of course, early on coming in Australia at the opening Grand Slam of the year. And then the next being an ITF 1 Series event in Seoul, South Korea, both on hard courts.
He's gone for that drop shot a couple of times. Not quite found his rhythm on it just yet.
I feel like word is definitely getting out that the drop shots are working this week.
I think
more
they've been
and more.
listening to you.
Yeah.
You've been advocating for that shot.
Odds.
Well, that's a return and a half from Slade.
15-30.
Presents himself a good opportunity, potential chance here on the Schroeder serve.
Odds. $15-40. Game Slade.
There we go then. What a start for the 23-year-old
Slade
Brit.
leads 3 games to 2, first set.
Greg Slade. Up a break early in this opening set.
Time.
Great pace on the backhand from Slade. Too much power for Schroeder to deal with even. World number 2 struggling with the force that Greg Slade is right now.
Looking very relaxed and
30
confident
love.
out here, isn't he, in his game?
Absolutely.
And sometimes when you're playing against someone who is a higher ranking, you almost feel like this is just a free swing. You kind of let the shackles off a little bit, go after your shots a little bit more. There's not really that much pressure on your shoulders.
Odds.
Yeah, all the pressure,
40
no
love.
doubt, on Schroeder down the other end. Having said that, I mean, Slade is looking fairly comfortable. It doesn't look like he's playing too much out of his level.
Game Slade.
He's locked in right now. Slade
leads
consolidates the
40%
break.
percent.
It's interesting, we had one of the tennisables come out and help do the coin toss for this match. Don't know if you were watching that early on, but that tennis ball was Dash, and he's the fast one, is what I'm looking at on the LTA website, and it's certainly been a fast start for Greg Slade. Perhaps that was the start of something. That's what Slade needed.
The inspiration.
Yeah.
A pink tennis ball. Must be pretty hot in that outfit.
50
Yeah,
love.
whoever has decided to go in that tennis ball today, I think, hopefully is one, getting paid a lot of money, or has got an ice bath ready for when he's finished or she's finished.
Odds. Odds. 30 love.
I remember a couple of years ago, I was actually responsible for taking round one of the tennis balls in Birmingham.
I thought you were going to say you dressed up as one of them. I was hoping that was the way the story was going to go.
No.
Maybe we can make that happen this week.
You know what?
Who do I need to speak
It's,
to?
it's always
Your boss,
something that
please.
I've had on my bucket list. Is to
I'm
be-
really curious as to what
Please,
else is on your bucket list, if that's on it.
But yeah, it's not actually the heat which is the main problem. It's the getting through doors. It's so
Yeah.
wide, like it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
It has to just keep them outside. Don't let them inside.
There was actually, I did the event at Queen's a couple of weeks ago, and they brought out, they were supposed to have two tennis balls, Bounce and Dash, I think it was. But unfortunately, Dash didn't make an appearance because he forgot his trousers.
No.
So it was just one of them.
Forgot those pink trousers. How can you forget them?
I think it was a tactically forgotten because it was extremely hot that day.
Yeah, Queen's had some very hot days, almost like we've had here, if not worse.
Yeah, Bounce did his duty though.
Bounce is the resilient one, whose favourite player is Heather Watson. Very good.
She's still going strong.
I know she's teaming up with Julian Cash in the mixed at Wimbledon, but I don't know how her women's doubles campaign is going.
I think they got cancelled yesterday. She's playing with Emily Appleton, so they got cancelled. So I think they're hopefully lining up today at some point.
Odds. Love 15. Love 30.
Here we go then. Schroeder, it's taken him a few games to feel like he's really putting in some hurtful shots really to Slade, and now he's starting to feel it a little bit more, it looks like.
At 15-30.
And you know when you play against the top players as well that they're going to up their level at some point.
Led for 7.
Yeah, we saw it with Hewitt on the first day. Really struggled in the opening set, and he's just this morning booked himself a place in the final. So the top players just know how to do it. But can Slade just hold him off for a couple more games in this opening set? Would be a shock if the Brit can take the opening, but it would delight the onlooking British crowd here.
A bit of a missed opportunity there. And that backhand was there and waiting to be hit. Just a couple of inches long. So that's a break point for the number 2 seed.
Let off the hook by a missed return from Schroeder. This would be a huge game for Slade to get through.
Advantage Schroeder.
And that was the second serve, wasn't it, as well? That had some pace on it, and Schroeder just completely threw back the pace as fast as it came in. Great return.
Foot. Game Schroeder. 4 games all, 4 sets.
That's just what the best in the world do to you. Make you feel that pressure when they're coming back into sets and starting to play better tennis. It's just a matter of Slade maintaining as much as he can the level he's put out so far, because it's been quality so far. Can he respond now? Back on serve in this first set.
And as you said, I think sometimes when you play against the best players in the world, you almost feel like you have to do more than you need to do. You go a little bit too close to those lines, overpress more than you maybe normally would.
La 30.
Yeah, fabulous 1-2 punch. It's the first, really, that we've seen from Schroeder today. Really taking a dominant position in the rally, not giving Slade any room to work his way back into it. Yeah, don't think he's going to get there. It's slightly fortunate. Schroeder gets the apology from Slade, but again, Slade looking like he's going to get himself back out in front against all odds. Ah, it's sensational from Greg Slade.
Game, Slade.
Haven't been up.
Slade leads 5
It
games
was
to 4.
Schroeder who worked his way back into the set, but now Slade back out in front at 5 games to 4. He'll serve for the opening set.
Right. Foot. At La 15. At
Yeah, great depth.
15
See
on.
the chalk blow up. Can the serve get him through this game?
At 15
These
20.
games are always the toughest, aren't they? Trying to get over the line, serve the set out. And that's maybe when some of the nerves come into play.
At 30 on.
Nicely done by Slade, getting Schroeder very much out into the sidelines, and also, most importantly, onto the backhand side. Drew the error. Huge point coming up.
Almost looked like he rushed that, didn't he? It was quick between the first and the second serve.
Yes.
Didn't miss by much, did it, that return?
No, not by far at all.
Smart play here by Slade, taking his time a little bit more, going to the towel.
Much better delivery this time around from the Juice side. The serve getting him out of trouble, getting him through these tense moments. Set point now.
But yes.
Thought he might have learnt from the previous double on the exact same side. Got to do it all over again from Juice.
Advantage
Oh.
Slade.
Tough to know what to expect at the moment.
No, what he wouldn't give for another ace like that on this side.
Yes.
Keeping himself in this game and in this set by the skin of his teeth, Sam Schroeder.
Advantage.
Attempts the
Schroeder.
angle back across court. Got given a fair bit of angle and space to hit into from what was a well struck forehand by Schroeder. Now it's the Dutchman with a break point.
Game, Schroeder.
World number 2 fighting back, saving set points.
5 games up.
A big fist pump to celebrate. Huge effort from him. Back tied at 5-all. That's what the best do, isn't it?
That's just a little bit of experience as well, isn't it? Knows that he's got to bring out his best tennis at the biggest moments. And now Slade's got to put the disappointment behind him. Will feel like he should be sat down at the change of ends with the first set under his belt.
But
Yeah, it's a very, very tough shot to deal with. Slade was still recovering really from the previous shot, still trying to get back in position, but Schroeder was so quick onto the previous forehand. First time he's been in front in this set for a while.
30 love. But
Still hanging in and fighting in this game. You can just see just him telling himself, trying to come on. Knows this is another important game.
Oh, look at him go.
30 up.
I feel like Schroeder was trying to get Slade tucked up in the body there, but Slade was one step ahead. What a return.
But 40-30. Advantage,
It's
Schroeder.
funny because I do feel like Slade has been the better player throughout the most part of this set, and be so unlucky and unfortunate if he's gonna go 6-5 down here.
I completely agree. You do feel like he's had it on his racket, but sometimes you just got to find a way to win and guts it out when you're not playing your best, and that's invariably what the best players do.
But game, Schroeder.
Yeah, and it's exactly what the world number 2 Sam Schroeder has done. Been a topsy-turvy first set, but perhaps having been the second best player out there, it's Schroeder who finds a way to get out in front. The Dutchman leads by 6-5.
Yeah, sure.
Time. Law 15. Pot.
What an excellent slice. Dealt well with the slight change of ball, incoming ball. Clipped the top of the net, but Slade dealt with it very well.
That serve stayed so low. Schroeder just couldn't get the racket under the ball.
Pot. Pot. 30 up.
And again, for the second game in a row, both players feeling the tension. 30 all. Schroeder closing in potentially on this opening set. What an angle. How did he find that from the middle of the court? Greg Slade, the backhand, outstanding.
Yay.
It's a phenomenal hold from Greg Slade.
Slade.
It's being tested out here.
6 games all time.
The British number 2. But he is taking it to the world number 2 out here. So we head into a first set tiebreak.
Schroeder.
Coming out with some fantastic tennis, Slade. I've been so impressed with him in this opening set. And showing the full repertoire of shots.
Schroeder. Hot. 3-1. Schroeder. Hot.
Got a bit muddled there, didn't he?
Schroeder.
I think he wanted to take it on the first bounce, then realised he just wasn't able to quite get there. Had to try and pull out the half volley. It was a really tricky shot.
Slade doing a great job of getting himself level as the two players change ends here. Is that what you sort of have to do against the very top, is be able to have enough variation in your shot to not be so predictable? Is that what tends to make the difference between a good tennis player and the greats?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's part of it as well. I think Greg stuck to his game as well today. He's come out with a plan, and so far he's executed it incredibly well. The serve really has been the standout, hasn't it?
Yeah, the serve has been superb, backed up by some great ground strokes. A lot of winners. Be interesting to see the winner count after this set. There's the return down the middle that we love to see. Got a little bit of distance now in the scoreline. Can he hold on to it? Excellent depth of shot from Schroeder. Exactly what he needed.
And great use of height as well. You can see that backhand just getting higher and higher, kicking further up off the court, making it harder and harder for Slade. Just out of reach from the Brit. So if he does hold 2 of these points.
He's gone for it, but I don't think it's quite landed in. Yeah, it's just deep. Gotta respect the effort and the attempt there. And there's been plenty of tense moments in this opening set. A lot of 30-alls, a lot of juice. No different in this tiebreak. 5-5 now. Good first
6-5.
serve to get him out of trouble.
Ball, please.
That'll do it.
Set, Slade.
I mean, we talked about the variation being important for Greg Slade if he is going to go all the way here in this quad singles semi-final. And what a way to finish it with that incredibly well hit drop shot. British number 2 set up against all odds against the world number 2 Sam Schroeder. It's a very interesting way to finish because Slade, the more inexperienced of the two, but the one who's dealing with the pressure moments better so far in this match.
And especially in that tiebreak as well, Schroeder got his nose in front early on, but the way that Slade was able to turn it around, and like you said, he just had a little bit more variety, but he was also willing to go for his shots a little bit more than Schroeder was ultimately, and you thought maybe that little bit more experience that the Dutchman has would be the ultimate factor in the end. But Slade, complete credit to him. He was rock solid when it mattered the most.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so far it's the younger, fresher perhaps player that is prevailing. A couple of other results to bring you from around the ground here in Roehampton. Yui Kamiji through to the final of the women's wheelchair singles, won her semi against Ziying Wang 7-5-6-2. And in the men's wheelchair singles, Alfie Hewitt, we saw him beat his good friend and doubles partner Gordon Reed in the opening match here on centre court. His opponent has now been confirmed. It will be Gustavo Fernandez, the defending champion here in Roehampton. He beat Martin de la Puente 6-2, 6-4. So potential chance to retain the title for the Argentine.
15 up.
That's incredible. He's just playing so well. I haven't seen this level yet from Greg Slade. I've seen him over the past few years play, and this is some of the most impressive stuff I've seen.
Odds 40 up.
And it's not only that, it's been on a consistent basis as well, hasn't it?
So good. Taking the time he needs, the finesse on that.
First
Just
game,
works
second
it to the other side of the court where Schroeder is, puts his head up. And Greg Slade is on a roll right now. A set and 1-love up. What does he need to do in order just mentally to stay focused, to not get too ahead of himself at the same time? Because it's easy to think it's it's going your way and it's going to be your way today, but there's still a long way to go.
I think you said it. Just don't get ahead of yourself. You've got to take it 1 point at a time. Just stick to the plan. Your tactics have been great. Keep doing what you're doing. Try not to think of the scoreline. And obviously that's a little bit easier said than done.
La 15.
But that is what the best players do. It's their mentality that separates them from everyone else. And they're able to stay in the present.
Let for sub.
That's incredible. What a shot.
30.
Had no right creating that angle.
What?
Yeah, again, just misjudging the ball in the second bounce. Laughs it off though, which is a good response. Still a chance in this game to get an early break. That's just sublime. Just the confidence almost, just to block that return back. Block it back. No backswing really needed on it. And follows that up with an incredible winning stroke to finish off the rally.
And he's been really smart in terms of how he's attacked today, hasn't he? Sometimes he's used that heavy top spin. Sometimes he's used the shorter shot. Sometimes he's taken time away from his opponent. And you spoke earlier, Alex, didn't you, about not being predictable? And I really don't think he's been predictable at all today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I certainly don't know what's coming next, and I think that's the same for Schroeder. It's just a little bit unknown as to what Slade is going to bring and what shot he's going to use, the tactics he's going to employ. So great variation from Slade so far in this match, but slight let up in this game to allow Schroeder back into his service game.
Advantage Slade.
That's a punishing slice. So good from Slade, and it seals the first break of the second set. I mean, what was so good about that slice? It just guided through the air so low, as you said, has been key this week on this surface to the success of that shot, and Slade has hit it to perfection there to get the break.
Yeah, he has, but the thing that I've been most impressed with has just been his mentality. You know, he hasn't really shown too much. Obviously, he's got a set and a break advantage now, but he's just stayed very calm. It's just a little fist bump towards his team.
Yeah, he's just been calmly confident, hasn't he? It's just, he feels like this is just Another day of the week for Slade, taking out potentially a top 2 opponent.
Odds. Odds. 30 love. Odds. 40 love.
Again, it's just the first serve that's doing enough damage. Points now for a set and 3 love lead.
Odds. 40-15. Forty 30. Odds. Game Slade.
Held his nerve very well because 40 love up to 40-30 after 2 doubles, and then it was a second serve. It's not easy. Your mind starts playing tricks on you, but Greg Slade holds strong. A set and 3 love he leads, and just 3 games away now from his best career win.
Time. You will. Odds. 15 love. Odds. 15 all.
haven't seen too much of a shift in tactics from Schroeder, given the fact that he's a set and now 3-love down. Do you think now's the time?
Well, yeah, you'd say so. I mean, a lot of it has been down to the way that Slade has played those. How much
15, 20.
can you change your tactics when you're almost getting hit off the court? Slade just seems to be in the zone, and it's more a case of how long can he stay in that zone.
Odds. Odds.
Yeah, so I mean, amazingly, it's very much on
15,
Slade's
40.
racket, and we wouldn't have thought that coming into this match, given the difference in ranking. Slade at 11 in the world, Schroeder at number 2. The current Australian Open champion, remember.
Game. Slate.
He just has no answers at the moment. Frustration for Sam Schroeder.
Slate leads 4 games to love, second sets.
You can understand why as well, can't you? It's not a nice feeling when you're playing someone who's just playing so well, almost taking the racket out of your hand. That's the worst feeling you can kind of have as a tennis player, isn't it? That you just have no control over anything.
Love.
He just really hasn't been able to get anything going. Normally the best players are just able to find something, dig deep, but he really hasn't.
On.
Court 16, please.
$15.30. Let for serve.
Great pickup.
30 up.
It was a low incoming ball for Slade to have to deal with, but he gives it straight back to Schroeder, just as low, and 30 all now.
Odds. 40-30.
And any time there's been those close moments in the match, invariably Slade's come up with either a great serve, great defence, attacking forehand. He's just had the answers for everything.
Odds.
Well, what a performance we are seeing out here today from Greg Slade.
Slade leads
In
5
what
games to
was
love,
an
second
extremely tight opening set. It's been one-way traffic in the second, and he's just now a game away from booking a place in the final.
we played only 2 games, so I put another one, a new one. Time.
You don't think he could get a bagel in the second to record his best ever win to date, could you?
Well, I wouldn't say no.
The way it's going.
Yeah, especially the way he's been playing. I mean, it'd be a fantastic way to finish the match off, wouldn't it?
He's certainly been playing well enough. I feel like he deserves a straightforward second set, given how well he's done to get himself this far ahead.
Didn't like missing that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I almost love the fact that he's still getting frustrated with himself, because it's arguably one of his best ever performances on a tennis court, yet he still wants more. And that is a good sign.
$30-15.
Also love the fact he's already got a Wimbledon top on ready for next week. Ahead of the game. Yeah, punishing forehand. Haven't seen enough of that today from Schroeder, but giving himself a chance to get on the board in the second.
I think if he manages to play the way he's been doing today, next week he's going to be very pleased with himself.
You'd think his performance today is good enough to beat anyone, really. I wonder if Andy Lapthorne is watching on, thinking his British number 2 is just behind him in the rankings. Could trouble him at the All England club next week.
It's great to have healthy competition, isn't it? Yeah. Spurring each other on. It's a big accolade being British number 1.
15 love.
You get the bragging rights, don't you?
What? On. What? 15-30.
Arguably the hardest bit, though, is getting over the finish line. So let's see how Slade deals with these uncharted territories.
Schroeder.
Well, are we seeing a very, very late comeback for Sam Schroeder? He's left it very late,
Second set.
but he does extend this second set. But is it too little, too late? We'll see.
Tie.
Extremely well done by Schroeder. Patient as well, waiting for the right ball to switch up the direction. It's good defence from Slade, making the Dutchman play the extra ball. Brilliant return.
15 all.
I just wonder whether Slade's starting to feel some more nerves now. He doesn't want to give up this this lead that he's done so well to get.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. You feel like once the scoreboard starts creeping over, you have 5-love, then it goes 5-1, 5-2. If he gets a hold here, 5-3, and all of a sudden a completely different complexion.
40-15.
Yeah, this next service game is going to be very, very interesting when we no doubt get there.
I'm not sure that he totally agrees. I think even from here it did look slightly wide, but it wasn't called.
Game, Schroeder. Slade leads 5-3.
And there's a few nervy British fans sat in the crowds, aren't there? You can see that the coaches are just looking slightly more concerned than they were 10 minutes ago.
Here we go then. For the second time, serving for the match, Greg Slade. Can he get over the line now?
La 15.
Not what you want to see if you're a British fan.
And it's just been incredible as well, hasn't it? Sort of in the last 5-10 minutes or so, what Schroeder's been able to produce has been a completely different player.
Just rushing a little bit now as well, I think. I mean, it was interesting. I was just about to say in the previous game how Schroeder's really quick in the change of ends in between points. He wants to crack on with this.
30. What? What?
And he's just completely lost the rhythm on the serve. We spoke about how effective that serve has been, but at the crucial moments it's deserted him.
Court 18, please.
What? Game shooter.
It's incredible. Seemingly two very different players
Leads
from
5
around
games to
5
four
or so
seconds.
minutes ago. Greg Slade was a set and 5-love up, serving for it. And we're now back on serve in this second set.
Time.
Happen here, Anna, if he's going to finish it off, Greg Slade, because I think if it does go to a third, all of a sudden the favourite's got to be Schroeder.
Yeah, massively so. I think this opening couple of points are going to be crucial. He just needs to try and put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on. It's gone very, very quickly against him.
G, court 1, please.
Left.
I mean, ultimately, he's still in a very good position. If he sees the bigger picture, he's still a set and 5-4 up against the number 2 best player in the world.
I'm sure if you'd have offered him this scoreline before the match.
Yeah. There's that backhand. I mean, we've seen that number of times. If he can just
15 up.
channel that shot into the next few points.
You could just hear as well, there was a bigger come on from his camp. They know that this is an important couple of points.
Out. 30-15.
You can almost feel like he's just wanting the errors to come from his opponent rather than actively going out and winning this match.
Out.
That was better.
Much more aggressive. He's willing himself over the line, isn't he? Just 2 points now.
A big come on from Greg Slade. As you say, urging himself over the finish line now. a serious mental effort if he can get this point. Match point. That's a good serve. Tucked him up well.
Advantage,
I thought he might have looked for the forehand on that one.
Exactly the same. Exactly, yeah.
But sometimes when the nerves come in, the clarity of thinking just isn't quite there.
Yes. Advantage, Rudel. Game, Rudel.
Doesn't quite find the touch he was hoping for.
5 games up.
All of a sudden, we're back level. It wasn't looking likely at 5-love, but gradually we're thinking the inevitable. The world number 2 is there for a reason.
You could just feel the shift, couldn't you? Just as each game was progressing, it just got more and more tentative. And he had that match point. How much is that going to linger at the back of his mind?
I mean, if we thought it was a good mental effort to get to a winning point like that, now if he's able to come back and win this, that would be even more of an immense mental effort.
Yeah, it basically comes all down to mentality now. And he's going to be asking where were those serves when he was serving for the match.
Yeah.
It's funny though, isn't it? Just seems to be something when you serve for the match. The first serve can just go awry.
It's a great response from Slade. He's got 3 game points to put himself back out in front. Incredible effort from Greg Slade. Got over the disappointment of squandering those match points in the previous game. And has got a very, very important lead now. Can he get it done? So Sam Schroeder serving at 5-6, having come back from love 5 down in this set.
Fourth. Out. 15 love.
Feels like it might be going to a tie-break, this one.
Yeah. Just feel like the return is one of the shots where he's got to make sure he tries to control and makes it. Doesn't want to give any cheap points away to Schroeder in this game.
Out.
And you can understand why he's trying to be aggressive on the return. He wants to just shorten these points. That's what happens when the nerves kick in. But like you said, what has gotten him to this point has just been building it, taking time away, not rushing the points.
Out.
It's a clever shot from Slade. Lovely change up. Great
30-15.
height being used on that last shot.
Out. 40-15.
He has enjoyed success on that exact return when Schroeder has gone into it, but just misses the mark. And now Schroeder's got points for 6-all.
Game. Schroeder.
And he confirms that with a very decent first serve delivery. So it was looking unlikely at 5-love, but we do head into a second successive tiebreak here on centre court. Very tough to predict this one.
I have to say I'm leaning towards Schroeder.
How dare you?
I know, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong.
Let for
I
some.
just think this is such a big mental battle now for Slade. Not only the 5-love had the match point.
Out. 1-0. Slade. Out. 1-0.
I think the key thing to deciding the outcome of this tiebreak is going to be who's able to serve the best.
Out.
Just missed.
1 Schroeder.
He's got to respect the effort and the attempt to get that one away from Schroeder. It's just too far wide.
Out.
Oh. It's how to hit a second serve. He's still coming out with some outrageous shots. He just needs to keep the consistency as much as he can. a good return.
3-2, Schroeder.
Again, I think there, just Slade, just understanding that it is a solid return and respects that, and don't try and go for too much.
What? What? 4-2, Schroeder.
Feels like it's just slipping away a little bit in this tie break now. I think what the impressive thing about Schroeder has been that he didn't down tools at 5-love down. It's so easy to sort of think, okay, this is done, double break down, no chance I'm going to come back. He wasn't playing great either, but for him to suddenly find something, okay, maybe Slade got a little bit nervous.
What?
But you've got to give so much credit to the Dutchman for the way that he's dug in.
Yeah, he's unstoppable right now.
5-2.
He's a different player to what we saw in the opening set and a half. Well on his way now to recovering from the deficit.
What? 5-3, Schroeder. What?
Okay then. Does a good job there
5-4.
taking care of his service
Schroeder.
points. But now it's the turn of Schroeder to see if he can close out the set.
That
6-4,
return's just not quite cutting
Schroeder.
it. He just blocks it down the middle, no pace. Gives Schroeder plenty of time to get around it and hit the forehand.
Oh, what a way to save set point.
6-5.
Big applause from the coach's box. Can he just show a bit more heart here and hold off another set point?
What? Game and second set, Schroeder.
You could sense that might have been
7-8
coming,
to
a
6.
ball
One
toss
set
which
off.
just wasn't quite lofted into the air correctly. And against all odds, Sam Schroeder is taking us into a third set.
Sorry. Want to go to the toilet? That's right. Thank you.
Second set, Schroeder, 7-6, 1 set off. Slade using his corner break.
4-1. Okay, thank you.
We've just found it, umpire. No, I'm alright, thank you. Umpire, I think we just found another ball missing ball. I think we just found a missing ball.
Yeah, I know. It's another one that we lost.
Shoemakers, court 4, please. Player announcements, Capuchin Jacques, Dora Miskovic, court 15, please.
Tie. Final set, Schroeder to serve. Love.
So what next in this match? So tough to predict given what we've seen so far. A reminder that Greg Slade has had match points, has served for the match on a number of occasions now. But it's Sam Schroeder who has shown a lot of heart and fought extremely hard to get us into this third set.
We've spoken so much about the mentality over the course of this match, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Excellent forehand from Sam Schroeder. It's got to be the favourite now. Given the fact of where he's come back from, to still be alive in this match is a remarkable achievement in itself. But just so tough for Greg Slade to get over the heartbreak of not being able to close out the match when he had the chances. But it will be a very, very tough test for the 23-year-old Brit to see if he can come back from this.
And this is where it's important as well, having the team on the sideline, just to give you a little bit of advice, just that encouragement.
I mean, what can they say from the side? There is obviously some on-court coaching allowed here, so what would you recommend for them to be saying to him when they can, obviously in the few seconds in between games and points?
I think it'd just be re-emphasising what he needs to do to get into that winning position. He was playing great, he was serving great, he was being aggressive.
Do you think as well it's more time to focus on the tennis, the game plan, as opposed to anything else that's happened, or mentally it's just get away from that and now just think about purely tennis terms.
Yeah, you have to.
Pot.
He's got to try and think about what got him into that winning position, what the tactics were.
15
And less
pot.
about the fact that, you know, he squandered that match point and had that lead in the second set. But that's why they say that tennis is 90% mental and 10% tennis, isn't it? Because there's so many of those things that can get in your way and it will be in his mind.
Pot. Pot. Game Schroeder. Schroeder leads 2 games
It's
to
just
love.
the start that he wanted to
Final set.
shy away from and wanted to stay away from. It's the serving really that got him the lead early on in this match. But now it's Schroeder with some distance out in front. I definitely feel like there is a drop in intensity as well from Slade earlier on in the match. He was so confident around the court, his movement, his speed of shot, also just facial expression.
15 love.
And that is the hardest thing, isn't it, about sport, just trying to put disappointments behind you, because in every match you play there is going to be a moment where you are going to be disappointed, but you've got to find a way to not let that affect you.
30 love.
The change around has been crazy to see. Schroeder's level is upped by at least 40-50%, it seems. He's playing so much better now than what he was in the opening.
Pot.
And that's why it was so impressive of the way that Slade was playing in order to be able to get that lead. Because the tennis that we're seeing now from Schroeder's completely different.
Forty 15. Pot. Out. Game Schroeder.
Sam Schroeder is getting a lot of forehands out here now, and he is just running away, it seems, with this match. The Dutchman leads by 3 games to love, final set.
Sorry, could you open the water for me?
I'll do it when I put
I don't know why I...
It's behind. I'll pop it in the bin. don't worry.
No, that's okay.
Time. 15 love. Not up, not up. 30 love, it was 3 times.
Oh yeah, me too. Plenty of time, I thought, but he accepts it very sportingly.
Let for serve. Love.
That's the first ace out wide we've seen for a while from Slade. It was a serve that he was hitting so well.
3 games to 1, final set.
And it opens his campaign in this third set. If you're Schroeder, you just sort of need to continue with the way you're going, don't you? Almost done the hard part of getting back into this match, which really looked down and out.
But 30 love. Thirty 15. It's 40 15.
Oh, what a return.
40 30.
Excellent forehand from Slade. Great hustle from Schroeder. Almost knew that the return was going to go into that forehand side, and he was there. And he's back out with a very healthy lead. 4 games to 1. Just 2 games away now of completing the comeback.
5. Law 15. Odds 15 on.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there's definitely
30,
been
15.
been a shift. They've almost given each other what either of them had in the first. You know, the head of Schroeder's all of a sudden gone up, and perhaps Slade's has just dropped a little bit.
Forty 15. Odds 40 30. Game. Slade.
Yeah, excellent shot, Greg Slade.
Schroeder leads 4 games to 2. Final sets.
He's doing well, just to keep in touching distance. That's all he can ask of himself, is just to keep plugging away, doing all he can. Yeah.
Odds Let's second set.
Player announcement, Lena Friedman, Yasmin Fabrova, court 14 please.
15 love.
Oh, what a volley. Picked off. Perhaps Schroeder could have done a little bit more with the pass, but still, it's a quick incoming ball for Slade to have to deal with. Yeah. Yeah.
Out. 30-15. Pot.
Player announcement, Thai host, Zangar Nuri, Timothy Derapasco, Jacopo Bassani. Court 8, please.
Pot. 30 up.
Player announcement. For those players requiring racket restringing for junior championships, please see the stringers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Lead second serve. Pot. 30-40.
Couple of double faults then, gifting Greg Slade break back point.
Out. Yes.
Yeah, it's one of his favourite shots as well. It's been working so well today, the backhand return, so he'll be very disappointed with those last couple of choice of shot.
Lead for serve.
What an incredibly good slice out wide
Shooter leads 5-2. Final set.
to complete the hold of serve. Fights off break points. It's now just a game away. The world number 2.
Tie.
Really
Last
opening up the shoulders now. Like you say, he's just feeling so much more confident. Yeah. pulled that off too many times today than anyone should hit a second serve ace.
Pots. Fifteen 30. Pots.
Goes too big on the defence.
Player announcement. The next bus departing for the Junior Player Tournament Hotel will be leaving at 2:30.
Wants to finish it in style.
Pots. Deuce. Advantage. Slate.
That's a very impressive delivery down the tee. Doesn't quite catch it on the string.
Deuce.
Wow, that's incredible ball control off a low incoming ball for Slade to deal with.
Game Slate.
Well, that is a very good effort from Greg Slade.
Buddha leads 5 games to 3.
Could have been so easy to give in there, but yes, he holds strong. And now it's Schroeder's turn to feel the pressure when serving out for the match. But arguably won't feel as much pressure as Slade did, being the more experienced, higher ranked player.
Pots. Love 15.
If I was Schroeder, I'd be keeping it away from the Slade backhand return. Yeah. tried it.
Love 30.
Yeah.
Love 40. $15.40. $30.40.
Good couple of serves to hold off Slade. One more for the Brit though.
Lead for serve. Pots. Game. Slate.
Well, there we go. We are into another game. More frustration for Schroeder now. It's so back and forth this match. Who knows what's going to come next?
Winner leads 5-4, final sets. Time.
Back on serve in this final set. Can Slade hold on and extend this match? To be fair, Greg Slade is playing a lot better than what he was at the beginning of the set. He very much has upped his level. He's got his mental stability back, because his head was firmly in the floor at the beginning of this set. Different player now.
All. 30-15.
Interesting shot selection from Schroeder.
Odds. 40-30. Game, slate. New
Very
balls, please.
interesting decisions to go so big off those last couple
Fire
returns.
game ball, final set.
But Reg Slade won't mind. Simple hold, really. No, not at all. I can almost guarantee you it's going to go to a tie break.
Love. Odds. 15 all.
Yeah.
Odds.
Clever serving from Schroeder, getting
30,
Slade
15.
tucked up on the last few returns. Mm. Yep. Back to basics for the Dutchman. Yeah.
Odds.
First serves. Yeah.
40-30.
Both players producing some really good stuff. Now we're entering the very crucial stages of the match. I mean, we've been very close to having this match won already, but now these moments seem critical because we can't keep on going on and on. Only 3 sets. Yeah.
Advantage, Schröder.
Lacking a bit of spin on that one to bring the backhand down. Yeah, the serve getting him out of trouble. Sam Schroeder remains firm on serve. 6-5 he leads.
Time. Odds. 15 love. All.
Yeah, that had a lot of pop on it.
Odds. Fifteen 30. Odds. Odds. 15-40.
Just goes too big on that backhand. And after saving match points himself, Sam Schroeder now has 2 of his own. Yeah. Mm.
Game, set a match. Schroeder.
Sam Schroeder completes the comeback.
6-1.
It looked as if it was an impossible task at 7-6, 5 love down. But the world number 2 proves to everyone just why he is the second best player in the world right now. He gets the better of Slade. 7-6-7, 7-6, 7-5. What an incredible comeback. Yeah. We'll get a chance to hear from Sam speaking with Rose. And following that, we will have a very exciting men's doubles semi-final between Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed taking on Daniel Kawasaki and Zhen Zhuji. But first, let's hear from the man who's through to another British Open final, Sam Schroeder.
Let's hear it again for both of the players this afternoon. I think we can all agree that was an absolutely incredible match. First of all, Sam, huge congratulations. Just describe to us what's just happened in the last few hours.
I think this was the weirdest match of my life, honestly. I know I never give up, but after 5 love down, I somehow still managed not to give up. Yeah, really happy to win. Greg played really well. I think it was the first match we've played in singles. We played each other in doubles a couple times, but first one in singles. Yeah, he played a brilliant match, so I'm really sorry.
And yeah, you mentioned that was the first time you played each other in singles. How did you go about preparing for this match?
Well, I know his strengths and weaknesses, I think, from a couple doubles that we've played, but obviously we've seen each other play other matches as well. I don't think we really have any secrets between us. Yeah.
And just lastly, obviously, this has been such a long match and you've got the final tomorrow. How will you recover and what preparations will you do in time for that?
I think I'm going to go have a shower, have some food, then get a really long massage, and then hopefully get an early night in.
Well done. Let's hear it again for your winner, Sam Schroeder.
2 minutes.
Just a play announcement. The following players to court 12, please, ready to play. Eva Marikovic and Ishkia Oshar. Court 12. Thank you.
Ladies, 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final consists in 2 tiebreak sets. At one set all, it will be played a match tiebreak to 10 points to decide the match. On the left side of the chair, from Great Britain, Hewitt Reid won the toss, elected to serve. Thirty seconds. And a warm up.
Which color are we for tell? Green box. Green? Yeah.
First set, Gordon Reed to serve. Ready to play. Fifteen love. Fifteen all. At 30-15. 40-15. Game. Hewitt Reed.
Just the start they were looking for. Hewitt and Reed get off to a great start in this men's doubles semi-final. Great to have your company for this one in the final match of the day here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton. Slight change up in the commentary box for this one. So great to have Matt Grover here, who's heavily involved in the wheelchair tennis setup at the LTA. Matt, how you going?
To serve, Daniel Kaverzach.
No, it's great to have you.
Love 15.
Such good power from Hewitt early on.
Love 30.
But Matt, just to get
Fought.
just to get to know your role a little bit better, because we don't know you that well, do we? So I'm laughing at Matt because he can't see the rest of the court and he keeps on looking around the corner. So while he continues to just get himself comfortable in the commentary box. All at the LTA, because you have a lot to do with these two here.
Yeah, so my role is wheelchair talent pathway manager, so I particularly look after the student pathway, so aim to find the next generation of wheelchair tennis players and trying to grow the opportunities for young people to get into the sport, and also potentially one day comes the opportunities like British Open and compete and play.
I mean, it is such a good stage for wheelchair tennis players, and Gordon and Alfie have been doing such a good job this week of leading the way. Obviously, tough that they came up against each other in the singles earlier on today. What did you make of that match, first of all? Did you manage to catch some of it? I know you're busy working as well at the moment.
Yeah, so obviously it's always, when they're in the same half, it's always difficult for those two to work with each other. But yeah, I think over the years they've been playing against each other, but also playing.
Alfie Hewitt, 2-serve. Love. Let's first serve.
I mean, for the people watching, Hewitt and Reed, they're such a formidable pairing. Like, the amount they've won obviously completed the Golden Slam not too long ago, getting all the slams and the Olympic gold. What you're from the inside? I mean, you don't want to give too much away because they're obviously still very much a competitive partnership. But I do wonder what makes them so good. What do you know? Do you know what the secret is?
Yeah, I think like the secret ingredient is what she's on. Yeah, I think going back to your question around
30-15.
being one with each other, I think they played together for so long now. Obviously, the 23 Grand Slam titles that they've had in total, they've obviously just dominated the doubles scene for so long, and the
At 30 all.
Obviously, winning the 23 Grand Slams is making them the most successful British, but also the most successful doubles pairing of all time across tennis and wheelchair tennis. And I think that just shows how formidable they've been across the sport, but not only at Grand Slam level, but opportunities to raise the profile of the sport and showcase a pathway for every young person that are coming in.
How much did that
40-30.
That clinching of the Olympic gold, or the Paralympic gold, sorry, do for them as a pair? How much confidence did it bring them? They'd already accomplished so much, but to do that together, they're such good friends. That must have meant the world to them and to you as a whole team.
Fault. Let second serve. Yes.
Yeah, I think for those two, obviously winning silvers in Rio in 2016 and Tokyo 2020 and coming narrowly close in both previous Paralympics, to clinch that gold in Tokyo was, as I said at the start, just kind of their pinnacle opportunity to close out the portfolio calendar of opportunities. And now, like I say, they've won everything, so it's just allowed them to free up, get involved in just obviously bigger and better things and just keep winning, really.
Advantage.
Beat Alvin Gordon.
Arzachi.
Before Paris, the goal was always for them to get that gold, that elusive gold that they were missing. And obviously Alfie very narrowly missing out on the Paralympic gold in singles. Obviously Takito Oda, that epic final on Philippe Chatrier, 15,000 fans. I think it just really raised the level of wheelchair tennis across the country, but also globally as well.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of people they attracted to that final. Just shows just what an amazing sport it is. And spectator sport too. I mean, this is beginning to come where we haven't seen too many people through the gates here this week, but on the big stages in the Grand Slams, there, go to Wimbledon next week, you'll be expecting 10, 15,000 fans watching wheelchair tennis, and rightly so, because it's such a spectacle. Great hustle from Kawasaki.
Port. Okay, read.
Oh, great opening few exchanges between these two pairs. But it is Hewitt and Reed who consolidate the break. 3-love opening set.
Yeah, I think you kind of see early on there that with the partnership you've got going there, it's very tactical in what they're trying to do. Obviously, you can see right at the start on both Alf and Gordon serve there. They're looking at the I formation, trying to disrupt what the opponent's thinking, but also trying to put doubt into the mind of Kawasaki and any partner just to really make sure that they're consolidating the break, but trying to put them both under pressure.
Time. Ji Zenju Tusa. At La 15. Fifteen all. At 30-15.
Yeah, apologies there. We had a few technical issues with my mic. I was talking, and we were talking about how Alfie and Gordon have been dominating for the last few years now, particularly in wheelchair tennis. Obviously, getting the career Golden Slam, winning gold in Paris, and now they're on to dominating more things. So just to reintroduce myself, obviously I've joined Alex in the commentary box for this doubles. I'm Matt. I'm the Wheelchair Talent Pathway Manager here at the LTA and responsible for trying to find the next generation of wheelchair tennis players who could go on to compete at Grand Slams, Paralympic Games. And happy to be joined in the commentary box with Alex to commentate on this match. What will be an exciting one, watching Alfie and Gordon courtside.
Yeah, Matt, it's not just on the court you've got to overcome difficulties, it's also in the commentary box, you know. It's not just the players that have a difficult time out there, but no, it's good to have you and good to get some further insight into this match as we continue on. Kawasaki and Ji just still searching for their first game of the match. Interested to know, just
40,
as
30.
Hewitt and Reed look to try and continue the dominance in this opening set, and like, what is it that Gordon Reed and Hewitt, in terms of not necessarily the tennis, but why do they get on so well? What are they like off court with each other? Do they have a bit of a laugh? Are they very serious? They seem like they have a great time out on court as well.
Fault.
Yeah, ultimately they're very good friends off court. You'll see them here at the National Tennis Centre. They train together, they eat together, and they're really good friends. Obviously Alfie started a little bit later than Gordon, and then as Alfie came in, Gordon took him under his wing, and they've ultimately been really good friends. I think that's what happens with any good partnership is that friendship on court, that enjoyment. They really blend and build off each other tactically, and I think that's how being based at National Tennis Centre together really helps partnership.
Love 15.
Yes, I've been impressed with G all week with the pace he generates, especially. Is he someone that the Brits are worried about?
Yeah, well, I think both G and obviously Kawasaki are quality doubles players. They wouldn't be here if they're not. And obviously this is their second time their partnership together in doubles, coming back off an ITF 1 earlier this year. So they're starting to build a really good partnership and putting that into practice, but also on a match court as well.
15, 13.
And then you can kind of see there with Alfie and Gordon, something they've been really working on is tactical play. So a lot of time you'll see at the moment with Alfie and Gordon, they're doing a lot around eye formation to try and disrupt what the opponents are thinking down the far end, but trying to put some doubt into the mind to really dominate the point early on. Yeah, and right there,
just
obviously.
Right
Yeah, literally just right there. You obviously saw Gordon for the out wide serve. Alfie really starting to poach that net for an easy volley pull away. And I think that's something that if they're looking to dominate, which they really want to do moving forward, is something they're going to try and bring into their arsenal to really, really take the game to the next level.
At 40.
And I think that's the sign of champions as well, because even though they've won so much, they're still able to tell themselves, we still need to develop our game and adapt so we can continue to win. Because presumably, if they carried on doing the same thing, they'd still win a lot, but they really want to just go that extra mile, don't they? Oh, what a shot from the Spaniard.
Yes.
Gets the better of Reed on that far side.
Yeah, and going to your point, you can kind of see like the game 10 years ago, like to where it is now, is so much more further forward. The professionalism that the athletes now, they're full-time athletes. And I think the professionalism of sport is only going to get better and only get stronger as the opportunities arise. And obviously the pathway, the competitions, obviously all the slams have wheelchair tennis now part of it. And so more people are going to come in and watch it and see it. Also, any young person, adult that wants to take part and compete and get to that highest level will only increase the quality of wheelchair tennis globally.
Yeah, so good to see wheelchair tennis firmly in all of the slams now. Of course, Wimbledon coming up next week for all of these guys, so perfect preparation. Oh,
It was really
what an exchange. Such a well-oiled machine of the Brits. Know exactly where each other are going to move to. And they're looking good in this opening set. 4-1. Hewitt Reed.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start for the British pair today. Obviously asserting the dominance early on, taking control of the match, taking control of the early exchanges, and it's something that particularly Alf and Gordon have been really trying to work on. Is kind of that first point, that first opening exchange, trying to get early scoreboard pressure to really start taking control moving forward as we lead on into the first set, to then take that pressure off them to really free up and start hitting through their shots. Yeah, obviously with Alf and Gordon, they've won 23 Grand Slam titles as partnership. Obviously, Wimbledon just around the corner, they already have 6 titles to their name. With them, it's always the aim of winning the 7th, and we'll see what happens this next week, hopefully.
Time. Fault. Love. Love.
That's a great first couple points there by Kawasaki and G, just really trying to assert their dominance now and just trying to get back into that scoreboard pressure.
Fault.
Yeah.
Fault. 30-15.
Interesting seeing the mini battle between the two lefties on this court, obviously Kawasaki and Reed. Do you think that Reed obviously having that lefty forehand to counteract the wide serve of the Spaniard will really help today?
Yeah, I think obviously with Gordon being a lefty himself and playing on the ad side of the court, he's used to that out wide serve, and I think that will give a nice blend to this match and obviously give it a nice balance having 2 lefties and 2 righties to really even out that match, particularly with Kawasaki using that out wide left serve, trying to push Gordon out wide to open up the court down the middle. But obviously, as we've seen, the partnership between Alf and Gordon, they really do complement each other just to make sure that they are covering every side of the court. That's a brilliant serve there down the tee from Alfie. Just really taking control of that point. Like I say, doing the I formation again, using those tactics to really put pressure on the opponents.
I'm interested if you could just talk me through the sort of thing that Alfie and Gordon are doing on serve. So they start very close to each other, and then just as Alfie's about to serve, Gordon moves in towards the net, so his momentum's very much moving forward. Just interested to know if that's something that all pairs do, or
At 40 love.
if that's very much individual to them.
Yeah, so with any pairing, it'll be very individual tactics and what they want to do, particularly what Alfie and Gordon are trying to do. Obviously, you can see there, Gordon's just really starting nice and tight to Alfie to try and block the view of Daniel Kawasaki, just to really put him under pressure, not knowing where the serve's going to go. As you saw there, there was nice ace down the tee.
Not bad.
So yeah, what that tends to do is it just blocks the view of the opponent to really get them second guessing. And obviously the point before that, you saw Gordon coming into the net. Obviously she then tried to hit a shot, I believe, obviously went out and in there. But the one before that as well, Daniel tried to go down the line with his forehand, but because he felt under pressure, he just an easy, simple miss. And I think that's kind of what the players trying to do, particularly Alfie and Gordon. They have their own tactics, have their own game style, but it's really trying to make sure that second guessing that opponent.
Whatever they're doing, it's working well. The Brits up 5-2 in this opening set.
Time. Fifteen love. Net. Second serve. Thirty love. At 40 love.
Yeah, it's a good start to this service game for G. Just important for them to continue keeping that scoreboard ticking over. I want to make Hewitt and Reed earn the first set by having to serve it out. Oh, excellent stuff from the Spaniard and the Chinese. Really good. Lovely forehand to finish. They do work well together, those two, don't they, Matt?
Yeah, they really do complement each other's game style. Obviously, this is the only second tournament they played together. Obviously, first one was at the start of this year. So, yeah, really starting to complement each other, really finding their feet and finding the way forward in this match to really start putting Alfie and Gordon under pressure.
Fault.
Oh, he gave it straight back and just went that one step further by getting it further away from Kawasaki. It's interesting, like you mentioned, that obviously it's only their second tournament together. They made the final in the first one they played together, but in their post-match interview yesterday, Rose asked the Spaniard what makes them work so well together, and I'll tell you what the answer was in a second.
40 love.
Daniel said, not Ji's English, not Zhenzhu's English. So clearly they don't need too much conversation. They're clearly just naturally work very well together.
Yeah, and I think that goes well. The lefty-righty partnership is always something that works well in doubles together, and for sure, obviously, it's working well at the moment. Yeah, like I say, it's only second tournament together, obviously making the final of their first tournament, and obviously now in preparation for Wimbledon, getting some more match practice under their belt.
At 40-15.
Just going a little far away from the target there, Reed, but fortunately for them, they're up 40 love, so still got a couple of chances to seal the deal in this opening set. That'll do it. Hewitt and Reed take an early lead in this final match of the day here at the Lexus British Open Roehampton. Matt, what impressed you most in that first set?
I think just ultimately the game plan and the game tactics, they've really come on to this match with a clear understanding of how they want to play against Ji and Kawasaki. I think, like I've been talking about earlier, the serving, the tactics there with the I formation and moving across, really complementing each other and putting pressure under Kawasaki and Ji there, just really bringing it to life.
Ji's just gone off court to take a quick comfort break, but let's have a look at some of the numbers. Yeah, so it's the Brits leading on aces, just one double fault either side of the net, so it's been a good serving display really from both, and the level has been high quality. There's not been one player who's been performing under par.
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly in wheelchair tennis, the serving is a big factor. If ultimately, if you do hold your serve, obviously the chances of winning are far greater, and I think that's ultimately in doubles as well. Is if you get your first serve in, particularly in wheelchair tennis, it really puts players under pressure, and you can kind of see there at the net, like Alfie and Gordon are still talking tactics. The day's not over, the game's not done, so they're really wanting to really cement their position as the leading doubles player globally as the number one seed here, and ultimately really cement their place at the Lexus British Open.
Yeah, still very much deep in conversation, those two. I guess it is just a constant conversation when you're in a partnership like that, because you're still, as motivated as they are, they're still working their way towards greater things, and especially the week before Wimbledon, and Wimbledon, no doubt, the biggest event on the year on the calendar for them. They're still going to be wanting to iron out a few things.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, as home British players, Wimbledon is always the one that they want to win, and particularly with Alfie and Gordon, obviously fantastic friends off court. Obviously, such an established partnership for many years now. Rio 2016, Tokyo 2020, and obviously getting that elusive Paralympic gold in Paris last year. It's really cemented them, and I think ultimately, as I said earlier, having a fantastic friendship on court and obviously building off each other and complementing each other. I think Alfie and Gordon really do, when one's down or frustrated with how they're playing, the other one can always bring them back up and raise their level.
A fair bit this week, me and Anna, about how inspiring they are to the next generation, and that is ultimately who we're trying to support here is the next 10 years, 15 years. But just watching the likes of Ben Bartram, Dan and Ward, Ben Bartram was out here watching Alfie and Gordon go head-to-head in the singles earlier, so he's clearly just soaking up all the information he can from them whilst they're still playing. That must be so important, and you're obviously heavily involved with those younger players too.
Yeah, and I think with the way the sport is now, with it having an established tour, the ITF Uniglobal Wheelchair Tennis Tour, and being at all the slams, it really raising the visibility and profile of wheelchair tennis, and showcasing that there are inclusive opportunities for every age and stage of the wheelchair performance pathway, particularly for what we do in Great Britain. We really support those youngsters that want to come through, and there are tournaments locally, regionally, nationally, and even internationally for the juniors. Obviously, earlier on this year, I was very fortunate to be out in Turkey with the junior team and obviously winning the World Team Cup there. We came in as the fourth seeds. We were the youngest team by average age. And to win it, we beat the number 1, number 2, and number 3 seeds. So for the next generation of future stars coming in, and like you say, Ben and Dannon were in that stage a few years back, and to see how those two have progressed this week. Obviously Dannon today taking Gordon to 3 sets in the singles. Obviously Ben having a fantastic win against Casey, and obviously unfortunately coming up short against Gustavo Fernandez. But particularly with Dannon obviously having a fantastic win against Sergei Lysov of last few days ago was fantastic for him, and particularly with now Ben and Dannon obviously getting the wild cards into Wimbledon next week in the home crowds, and obviously Dannon's debut at Wimbledon, obviously Ben's second time. Obviously last year he came up against Mr. Alfie Hewitt in the first round.
It's a tough opener
that is a very tough opener, but he held his own. But for those boys, it's just a fantastic platform to showcase again that when you are a junior, you can aspire to be on the same courts as Alfie and Gordon, and go to Grand Slams, go to Paralympic Games, and compete to the highest level.
Yeah, Alfie and Gordon just having a word with the coach, just the conversation just carries on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so obviously that's Craig Allen they're talking to is Alfie's individual coach, but also kind of now leads on the double side of the game. So you can kind of see, even though they've won the first set and they're looking comfortable, they're still really intrigued and understand what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong and what they could improve to make success. And I think that what makes them elite level players, and obviously being wheelchair tennis now being an elite level sport and a Paralympic sport and having its own pathway and being professional athletes, they're really intrigued to understanding what they need to do better day in, day out.
Well, amazingly, they still think they can improve on things out here. But what an opening set it was. Great performance so far from the Brits. We'll be back with the second set getting underway as soon as Zhen Zhuji is back from his timeout. He has made his way back onto court. Daniel Kawasaki, who Matt is still telling me is called Kawasaki, but I've asked him himself earlier in the week. I've backed myself. But no, he's back on court and we're ready to get underway for the second. Matt, what do the Spaniard and Chinese need to do to turn this match around?
Second set.
I think, I'll be honest with you, like it's been a high quality first set from both pairs. They've also just got to stick to their guns, stick to the game plan they came up with and came in with, and hopefully we'll see Alfie and Gordon start missing a few. But I think particularly for Daniel and Chenjuji, they just got to really start dominating the game a bit more and just really start taking it to Alfie and Gordon. Because you see there just right away, Alfie and Gordon really starting to press the net a lot earlier on in the points, and I think as soon as those boys start getting on the front foot and start getting in their game into play, they're very difficult to beat.
All. Thirty 15. Fault.
Just a quick word on Kawasaki, because he's obviously spent a lot of time in this country. Went to University of Warwick, spent a fair bit of his time learning his craft. Obviously now back in Spain, training heavily at Sanchez Casal. But how well does he know the Brits? He obviously lived here, but I don't know if you've got any insight with that for us, Matt.
Yes, obviously as Kawasaki and Chi get a good start to the second set there, it's obviously starting to dominate their game style. But yes, obviously going with Daniel, obviously like you say, he studied at the University of Warwick for a number of years. He didn't train at National Training Centre, obviously it might have been before my time at the LTA, so not particularly sure, but yeah, obviously being based in the UK for a number of years, obviously he got a bit of insight into how the British system is really set up in the country, and obviously now he's taken about. Obviously he was out for a couple of years with injury, but coming back into the top 10 in the world, and now really starting to compete at the high level tournaments, particularly at the Grand Slams. Obviously, just going back to Daniel there. Obviously, last year he partnered up with Ben Bartram, one of our young guns who I spoke about really early on, and they had a really good first round win last year at Wimbledon against Gustavo and his partner. But yeah, now he's kind of really starting to cement his place on the ITF Wheelchair Tennis Tour and starting to compete now to the highest level.
First off.
Yeah, as I said, ended up graduating from Warwick University as an economics major, so yeah, he's got a brain on him or two, but yeah, it's clearly translates to the tennis court too. I mean, the first Spaniard to reach a singles quarterfinal at a Paralympic wheelchair event. I mean, it's something. He's clearly breaking records for Spain in terms of wheelchair tennis, making a name for itself.
Yes, absolutely. And you're starting to see there, obviously, Daniel and Martin De La Puente, obviously, getting the first bronze medal for Spain in wheelchair tennis at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. So to have both Martin and Daniel inside the top 10, for Spain in particular, to raise the profile internationally for Spain is huge for that next gen. And there are a couple of Spanish juniors that... This point. Yeah, and there are a couple of Spanish juniors that are coming up the ranks. So who knows? Those two are seen as the idols, and particularly for Daniel and Martin, last week they played an exhibition at Queen's. You might have seen a little bit of a selfie and a photo with Mr. Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah, they clearly know each other well. They must see each other around at all the tournaments. These guys, for the most part, are tending to follow the ATP and WTA tours. Obviously, have their own events too.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this sport so great now. It's fully integrated into the slam, so they share the courts, they share the locker rooms with all the top players.
Oh, has he made it? That's incredible. An incredible shot from Kawasaki. I mean, how on earth did they get away with that one? The power used by Reed was a joke.
Yeah, and it just shows the high quality of that these players bring now in today's world and today's game. And I think that's kind of what makes this sport so much more attractive. And you're starting to see like thousands of fans watching the Wimbledon, like particularly the Paralympic final between Taquito and Alfie last year. 15,000 fans on Philippe Chatrier. That was mesmerising.
Just snatching at that one a little bit, Reed. And some early tests for the Brits in their first service game in the second set. Kawasaki and Xi come out fighting hard in this opening few games. Reed just taking a few big deep breaths to get himself ready for this point.
Yeah, so you see there, just obviously using the tactics again, using that I formation, going back to basics. And I think that's what makes this partnership so strong, is that when they are put under a little bit of pressure, it's about going back to basics and making sure they get the fundamentals right.
Superb from those two. That's a really nice 1-2 punch sort of play. Gordon clearly eyeing up that wide serve, and Hewitt is there just all over the net to make the poach, and it's a successful one. That's the sort of play you were mentioning at the start, where it's dominant from the off. They're not really looking to get in too much of a rally there.
No, absolutely. It's about taking control of the point. Yeah, it's a fantastic return there by Alfie. And like when we're talking about taking control of the point, particularly in wheelchair tennis, the average rally length is 4 shots. So by the time play starts getting underway and trying to dictate those points, particularly in Gordon's last service game there, that 1-2 punch with the out wide serve and Alfie coming to the net to put the volley away.
That's 15-all.
Yeah, so again, a fantastic serve there by Xi. Obviously, Gordon just trying to block the point, block the ball back into the court, but unfortunately just floated long.
Let's first serve.
Yeah, so again, you saw the tactic there on second serve. Like, you saw Alfie and Gordon really starting to poach and encroach into the court. Alfie really taking that return on to get that, and then you see the final point, just both of them at the net. Alfie, nice smash down the middle.
It's where they want to play most of their doubles, these two, such attacking players.
30 all.
We've seen a few unbelievable pickups this week, just literally off their shoelaces, and a lot of them have actually been outrageous shots. I mean, that one not being pulled off by Gordon, but yeah, saw one yesterday. I think it was from Ben Barcher. Outrageous.
Yeah, fantastic backhand there. And going to your point, it's all about judgment in wheelchair tennis. Like, you utilising the two bounces. Obviously, that's the only rule change that we have within this game. So even if it's just taking one off the wheel and bringing it back into play, it's about using that tactic, using the second bounce to your advantage, or taking it on the first bounce, try and take time away from your opponents.
Yeah, is that... I feel like I've heard this before, but correct me if I'm wrong. Just as Hewitt and Reed do get the break into a healthy lead in the second, but again, correct me if I'm wrong. The two bounces obviously is the only rule that is different to able-bodied tennis. But do they want to approach it as we're going to do everything we can to just play to one bounce? Because once he gets the two, obviously the ball slows down a lot. What's that sort of conversation?
Yeah, so as you would have seen, if anyone's watched wheelchair tennis across all of the tournaments, a lot of players now are taking it on the one bounce. And I think that's just in retrospect and to the accountability and quality that all players across the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour now play at. More so what you'll see now is the two bounce rule is and the two bounces in the game is used for more tactical purposes. So if there's a short ball coming in, the four players on court might just use the two bounces to really start thinking, okay, am I going to go to the forehand side or the backhand side? But also try and make your opponent guess which way you're going to go. But in today's game, with the quality of play and the speed they're hitting the ball, the quality of movement, the movement is so much better than it is 10 years ago. A lot of rallies now are using that only the one bounce.
Yeah, and the pace that both these guys and women are hitting with is incredible. So often that the ball just doesn't have the time to be able to bounce twice because they're there, and the movement again, like you said, is so good that the pace matched with the movement, it's, you know, there's no need for a second bounce. It's just that shorter one, that shorter slice, which we've seen a lot this week, has been a really good shot to play, especially on this grass court.
Yeah, and I think across the men's, women's, and also the quad game as well, it's the quality across all divisions it's improving, and particularly with grass, probably being the toughest surface for wheelchair tennis, and that lower bounce, that faster court speed, but also the rolling resistance of the chairs, particularly on a grass court, is a lot heavier. So players are having to push that a little bit more to make sure they get to the ball, and that's where you might see more players potentially using the second bounce to their advantage, particularly that low slice into the service box.
Oh, he made it.
15 all.
Just missed wide, but the RPMs on some of these shots are high. It's ridiculous. The rack head speed is something we've talked a lot about this week, and clearly it's key.
Yeah, and I'll be honest. Like being very fortunate enough to work in the team, I'm very fortunate enough to get on court with some of our players, particularly at juniors, and the speed they hit the ball, they definitely move me around the court a lot, and I'm coming off sweating more than they are.
One question I would ask you is, you mentioned how grass is one of the more difficult surfaces in terms of movement, especially. Is there any equipment changes for each surface, like an able-bodied would change their shoes? For clay or for grass?
Yeah, so obviously we there's been more recently some research done within wheelchair tennis to really try and understand kind of the movement foundation fundamentals within the sport. Really trying to focus on like the tyre width, what pressure PSI they need to have in their tyres, but also the casters on the front and back, because what you tend to find yeah, it's a fantastic shot there. But no, going back to the point there, what you'll tend to find, particularly on a grass court, because of the rolling resistance and the increased friction on the wheels, like a lot of research has been done around like tyre width, tyre pressure, but also the casters of how wide, but also the angle of the wheels. The more narrow they are, the greater rolling resistance you have, just because the more contact on the ground. So particularly with grass court tennis, particularly in wheelchair tennis, it's trying to understand what cements and what helps them move better, and particularly within the sport, the movement is always the key thing that comes first.
Very handy serve to have hit at 30 all for Hewitt there.
Yes.
Might be in a set and a breakdown, but Kawasaki and G still very much in this match, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not dropping off. They're staying tight to their game plan. That they're really putting Alfie and Gordon under pressure, and yeah, they're not going away. They're doing the right things, and maybe that break point will come, and we'll see. Well, so there she just obviously floated. That was a fantastic return, put Alfie under pressure, but somehow he just managed to block that back, and obviously.
Did he need to hit that, Alfie? It looked like it might have been going long.
I think if that was going long, that was either hitting him directly. So I think he had to try and get something to try and keep the point alive. But yeah, it's unfortunate for she to float that ball long. But obviously now that brings game point up to really consolidate the break of serve.
Oh, it's a fantastic pass found by the Spaniard. That was an incredible point to come back from, because earlier on, Reed had a really a volley maybe could have and should have put away.
Yeah, again, it goes back to that game plan, those fine margins of winning the point, but also keeping the point alive. And what you see there with all four players, they're constantly moving, constantly covering the court, and really trying to put their opponents under pressure. There's Mr. Gordon Reid trying to do a bit of volleyball, trying to throw the racket out of the air. Unfortunately, if he did make contact and that went over and in, that would have been point loss, because you've got to keep your racket in your hand at all times. But we love a bit of variety on a tennis court.
Yeah, we were talking about variety a little bit earlier, saying how that's how you challenge the best in the game, you know, mixing up your shots, but maybe stay clear of that sort of shot. But I love that from Gordon.
Yeah, and obviously now that has now got the break back into the game, but back on serve for Kawasaki and Yi. Really great game. We're going back to my point around like saying that they're not out of it, that they're still involved, they're still competing, they're still playing well, and obviously now 2-2 and looking to hold the next service game to go at the change of ends with a lead.
Yeah, your point very much proven by them. By just consolidating the break. They must have heard you and wanted to back you up by the fact that they are very much still in this match, and Hewitt and Reid are back at 2-2.
Yeah, you see there a great forehand down the middle of the court. What you tend to see on a grass court in particular, like going back behind the player is one of the most useful shots in wheelchair tennis, because to try and move and trying to change the direction on a grass court is so much more challenging than if you're on a clay court or a hard court.
Out. 15-0. $30-50.
From Reid. British number 1 and British number 2 teaming up so well today. Being tested in this second set, but that was classic Reid there with the hands and the nice touch. How much do they work on that type of shot, the one around the net, the more handsy type of shot?
That's a very good question. I think when you look at this partnership, we like to say with Gordon that he's got the hands and the nice touch. He's got some of the nicest hands on tour, and particularly grass court tennis. Like those short volleys, those drop shots will really make the ball die. That's an unfortunate double fault there to bring up deuce. Understanding for Kawasaki to really trying to get the hold here, trying obviously they got the break back, but obviously they want to go into change of ends with a lead.
Advantage, Kawasaki G.
Just caught a little bit in the middle of nowhere, no man's land. I think Hewitt there, middle of the court, tough to pick up that shot and do anything with. There we go then. It is a hold of serve for Kawasaki and G. And Hewitt and Reid have work to do in this second set.
10.
Yeah, it's a fantastic backhand down there, down the line there by Alfie, just really trying to now get themselves back into this match. Obviously, we're now back on serve, but particularly for Alfie and Gordon, it's now trying to make sure that they hold a break and they get the game back at 3-all.
Love.
That forehand had less spin on it, went flatter, couldn't quite get the net clearance on it. He wanted it so badly to be in.
Yeah, it's a great follow-up there. Second serve out wide, opponents under pressure. Obviously, you still see there that Alfie and Gordon are sticking to their game plan, sticking to their tactics of using the I formation, and seems to be working well.
Fault.
Incredible return.
15.
So much work. Again, so many RPMs on that forehand of Kawasaki.
Fault.
That's a tricky shot for G to deal with. Stays so low. Just one more point on their serve. I wonder if there's a side that Reed and Hewitt tend to use the I formation more. Is it the Juice side, especially when Reed is serving? It seems like they'd rather get Reed out wide on the ad and keep him central on the Juice.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think like what we're seeing is they're doing it both sides.
Right.
So they're not favouring one or the other. Yeah, they're not favouring one or the other. It's about just keeping that nice, consistent rhythm. Obviously, if you do it one side or the other, your opponent's going to start to figure out the game plan. So that's a fantastic inside-out backhand there by Z. That was nice out of the body, really extended through that shot. But no, going back to the I formation, it's about using it in the right time and the right place. And I think using it both sides for these two just really kind of dictates their game plan and what they're trying to do with the ball.
such an impressive volley that he held the racket head up so well. It was coming into his body there, Reed. Could just see it there.
Yeah, I think that's why they're so dominant in the doubles game. You can kind of see they've got an all-round game. Not often in singles will you see a wheelchair tennis player come into the net, but particularly in doubles and particularly with this pairing, they're so strong at every part of the court, baseline and at the net.
Such strong forearms too. I always feel like a lot of these guys have to use, it seems, their forehand and wrist. A lot of the forehands are so like whippy, but especially also on the volley, like in the previous point with Reed, such strong forearms to be able to control the ball.
That's a fantastic drop shot there by Alfie, really taking control of the point. Kawasaki there was in two minds of the back, whether to hit a forehand or backhand, and Alfie utilised and exposed that for a drop shot winner. But no, going back to your point there, Alex, obviously it's very much upper body dominated. All athletes on the tour have different impairments, and it's about adapting to their game style, but also bringing into play their strengths to make sure that they are... to really make sure that they're really bringing their strengths to life. But as we see there, obviously they consolidated another break of serve. And going back to your point with the impairments, not every athlete will have the same disability. You'll have like people with spinal cord injuries, people with cerebral palsy. Obviously, these two here, Gordon was diagnosed with transverse myelitis. Obviously, Alfie has Perthes disease. And what these two, particularly within the game of wheelchair tennis, is they've built their game style and their programs and their tennis programs around their impairment to really complement them. And like you say, the forearms is all upper body strength. So particularly from an injuries point of view, you'll see a lot of upper body injuries, particularly within the wrist, particularly within the shoulder, particularly within wheelchair tennis, around that injury perspective. But what these guys do day in, day out, particularly with the gym work we see here at the National Tennis Centre, across the whole board with all the other international athletes here that are competing this week at the Lexus British Open, it's about being as strong and powerful on court. And particularly the time of year, particularly with grass courts this season, you'll see them bulk up a bit more. They'll build a bit more strength-based training into their program, because the rolling resistance I talk about on the grass court, they need it so much more and so much more upper body strength, particularly within the first two pushes, to make sure they get to that ball. Fantastic serve there again down the tee, utilising the I formation. Obviously, it's been working well all afternoon here, and it doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon.
It's funny, like since you said at the start that formation partly is to just disguise the serve a little bit more. As I see it so differently now, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense and clearly working a treat for them.
Yeah, and what you'll see here is if you watch Gordon, he'll put his hand behind his back, he'll point one way, and then he'll tell Alfie which side he's going to go, and that then brings it to life of putting the opponent under pressure. Obviously, and then they'll just go back to reset. He might show it again, but no, they're keeping the same sequence.
Trust each other to remember.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see that coming from a mile off, couldn't you? The space was there, and Gordon just found it perfectly.
Yeah, and I think like the perfect play there is all about movement, particularly on a grass court. The I formation, Alfie serves, they trust each other, they're not going to hit each other, and then Gordon moves over to the left. That nice drop shot, particularly on a grass court, is so effective.
Oh, he's gone for it.
40-50.
That would have been the shot of, I'm going big, of the year. I mean, that would have been outrageous.
Absolutely, like Alfie there really likes to go home or go glory. Obviously that was glory, but it didn't come off. But no, both these players have hit some wonders in their life that we've been fortunate enough to witness, particularly at Wimbledon on court 1.
I'm sure we'll see some more next week. Yeah, it's a good hold for the Brits, and now just one game away from booking their place in tomorrow's final.
Love 15. Ah! 15 all. Out. 15-30.
Dangerous moments for these two now. Can they hold here and make the Brits serve it out?
Fault. Let. Second serve. Out.
Just get the confirmation from the umpire that that lands long. And so it does bring up 2 match points for Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt.
Fault. Okay. Start the match. With Reid.
That'll do it. It's a shame it had to end in a double fault, but Hewitt and Reid, the 23-time Grand Slam champions, are through to another British Open final here, to the delight of the watching Brits here in Roehampton. It's Hewitt and Reid, the top seeds at the Lexus British Open, through to the final. Matt, it looked a little more difficult in that second set for your guys, but you must be pleased with the way they came through it in the end in a fairly convincing scoreline.
Yeah, I think for any spectator, from a spectator point of view, it's a fantastic match to watch first and foremost. Obviously, Daniel and she played some really good tennis, and I think they really brought it to Alfie and Gordon. So it's great to see those boys through to another final, and yeah, let's hope they can go one better.
Please show your appreciation to all the players this afternoon. So first of all, well played to both of you. How do you feel you worked well together as a team today?
Yeah, I think we played well. You know, we were trying to be aggressive, keep the points short, and yeah, I think when we were serving well, that was really effective. And you know, these guys are a tough team, so yeah, happy to come out with the score we got today.
And after obviously quite a long break between each set, how do you come out and almost make sure that you keep the momentum and you keep the focus going?
Yeah, I think like I said the other day, you've got to be able to switch off after a match and unwind, and then make sure you refuel, do all your recovery, and then once it's time to go again, you start getting ready. But obviously, Greg gave us the the run around with his match today, so I think we got ready about 3 times. But that's quite normal in tennis. You never know if you're going to be on 5 minutes or another hour, so you just have to keep yourself occupied, and then when you come out, you go for it.
And now, Gordon, obviously this morning you lost to Alfie in the singles match. How do you then come out and work as a team together and almost shift the aggression you'd had this morning to try and beat him?
Yeah, no, we had a little fight over in the NTC at lunchtime. We had it out, and there's no black eyes, but yeah, we made up. Kirsten made up, and then go again. That's the way it's got to be.
And Alfie, just lastly, how different will your preparations be for the doubles final tomorrow, with obviously your singles first?
Not much different. I have a pretty set routine, but we'll obviously get together before the match tomorrow and discuss tactics and how we want to approach it. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day, hopefully. So I hope many people come and watch or watch on the TV and give them something to cheer about.
Let's hear it again for your winners, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
Funny, I hope he was joking, Gordon, about the little scrap that he and Alfie would have had. But no, they're great mates, aren't they? And they'll come away from that singles understanding the situation. They've played each other multiple times before, and just like the true pros they are, they come out and win together as a team, as one.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think obviously that's the goal of any good doubles partnership, like regardless where you play each other in singles. As Alfie pointed out there in his post-match chat, the whole point is about resetting, bringing the game. Obviously, you park what happened in the singles, and ultimately you bring a new game plan to the tennis court. And I think that's what makes them such an established doubles pair and such a successful doubles pairing, is that they're able to just focus on the here and now for a doubles match.